Hello, good evening. Welcome, as always, to the live stream. Good evening to King K Games, and welcome to the UK. Greetings from Paddington, I like that. Good evening to Seb, and good evening to AmazeTase, and hope you are all well, and looking forward to tonight's stream. Oh heck, that's a nuisance. You've already already had a game crash. That's so annoying. I mean, I'm trying to with these live streams. I'm trying to get the game started in advance, so I have got it just about loaded up. But before we go, let's just have a quick look at what is in store tonight. We're going to start with one of those depot moves, and it's the 0749 Longsight Depot to Manchester Piccadilly in the Avanti West Coast Pendolino. Involves a couple of switches to change as well, so hope I can get that right. And then the resultant service is the 0832 Manchester Piccadilly to Stockport, so that's only a few minutes, so a little bit of a shortish start. Then we're on to the 1938 stock, and we're going to go from London Road Depot, the 0657 to Queen's Park. And then we're going to transfer to the 1972 stock of West Coast Mainline South on the OTS 2019 timetable, Queen's Park to Harrow and Wealdstone. And then a return to one of the great add-ons for TSW5, which I don't feel as though I've particularly played massively, the Dutch route, so Groningen to Zwolle, and that's in the Koploper. And then finally another masterpiece from Josh with the OTS 2019 timetable, Class 66, 4 Mike 59, 1331, Wembley to Milton Keynes. So there we go. Yeah, I thought so, King K. Yeah. Did you? I take it you actually went on the Riviera, did you? On the night Riviera, the sleeper train. Yeah. Yeah. It's. I've done it once, a few years back now, but it's quite a while back. Yeah, the Dutch route. Ages since I've driven it, and I had to refresh me memory on how to actually load up the Koploper and get it all working. But I think I've figured it out anyway. I had to make some notes. Oh, good evening, Scooby. All right. Yeah, good old computers. I was hoping actually to put a slight video together yesterday, but had a few last minute glitches with the computer, so not actually got round to doing that. Ah, okay, yeah, right. So, well, hopefully at some point you'll get the chance to go on it in reality, because it's very good. Of course, only one or two sleepers left, and you've got the Caledonian sleeper. We've got the Night Riviera from Paddington to Penzance. So welcome to the UK. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Here we go. So we are doing the 0749 5A14. So it's only a few minutes in theory to get from Longsight Depot to Manchester Piccadilly. That's if I get things right with setting it up. But yeah, hope you're well, Scooby. And good to see you all in. So it still kind of just shows. I mean, I know Train Sim World 6 is still a few weeks away yet, but there's still plenty to keep us interested with Train Sim World 5 in the meantime. I haven't, Scooby, to be honest. Ah, right, okay. You've been all around London. So have you you got any plans on kind of where you're stopping, or is it kind of up in the air a little bit for the first few weeks, is it? But I hope you've been enjoying seeing the real world trains as opposed to the ones on the train game for a change. So here we are, we're at Longsight Depot. Now let's get our train set up. You have to seem to press about 1 million buttons to switch all the various bits and bobs off, don't you? Day running. Let's remember to get our stuff done on the panel. Do that one first. There. So here we are in the depot, just a short trip into Piccadilly. Now, the one thing we do have to do, and I only know this because I tried this earlier on, we have to change a couple of the points over. I think it's just these two should do us. There we go. I think that's right. But of course we've still got a bit of a waiting time before we get the go-ahead at 0751. Good evening, Southeastern. Yeah, you started testing a new TSC project called the Bourne End Line as a start instead of going straight to Marlow, as I've never route built until properly before. Well, it's a good way of doing it, actually. I think if you're going to do it, just do it gradually. Excellent. Yeah, because of course the ATS have announced that 165, 166. They're doing a new Voyager as well, aren't they? Yes, funnily enough, we were talking about this yesterday. Excellent, Scooby. Right, okay, so let us have I put myself into forward? I already had, I think. There we go. Right, so gently does it out of the platforms to begin with, because it's 5. And I don't really know whether the speed control works at these very low speeds. So have you got things on the go then, Scooby, with car racing then? Good evening, Concord. Hope you are well. So I can only tell that signal on the right looks like it's definitely a yellow and not a red, so that's a start, as it were. Feels very slow, doesn't it, coming out of the station like this at 5 miles an hour. Yeah, so you enjoying it so far, King K? And which beautiful loco is that, by the way? And don't worry, we're not going all the way into Piccadilly at 5 miles an hour. Ah, excellent. No, that's good to know. Ah, right. I see what you mean. Yes, you're actually going on the one that we're driving. Yeah. Ah, brilliant. And I mean, I have to say, with the level of detail that has been put into this unit, you almost could be on the real thing. It is absolutely stunning. Now, the one thing we do have to kind of remember, I think, is the fact that we had a yellow initially, so there is a possibility that we might get an adverse signal further up. Yeah, I should have made the connection there when you would be saying I'll be on this beautiful loco tomorrow. You meant, yeah, you meant the train we're riding on. So I always think with Trains and Worlds, and you know, I don't do these kind of runs that often, but it's kind of good to do things that in real life you just don't get the chance to do, and that is actually take it out of the depot and take it into service. So it's a fairly slowish stop, because we will get to Piccadilly and then we'll take the actual train into service itself, but it's only as far as Stockport, so it's only about just under 10 minutes I think to Stockport, so we'll see how we get on with that. Ah, I see. Right. Okay. Oh, that's excellent. Yeah, you're going up to yeah, to Manchester Piccadilly. Yeah, it's one of those things. You know, sometimes I get a slight. My brain doesn't always kick into gear with Etihad and Emirates, and so for a minute I was thinking, oh, I was thinking you're talking about. Going to Arsenal, but yeah, I see what you mean. Of course, the Etihad Manchester City's ground. Funnily enough, that is the one thing that is actually not on the game. Now, I think that is definitely a red this time. And I think I can see why. I think I can see a Pendolino lurking in the background, which is holding us up. Good evening, Aviation Mayhem. Hello from Northern Ireland. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you, and hope you are well, and hopefully you're going to enjoy a little bit of this afternoon's stream. Just to say thank you, by the way, to all the brand new subscribers and the... Oh, we got a green now, so it should be a little bit easier now getting into Piccadilly. But as you can see, I mean, although in theory we've got 45, I mean, we're basically very much restricted down. We're more or less top speed. We're going to get into Piccadilly is about 25. Yeah, thanks very much for all the new subscribers in the last week. Your support is absolutely appreciated, and again, anybody watching that's afresh today and you want to consider liking and subscribing to the channel, I'd be tremendously grateful. Yeah, we will be Aviation Mayhem. Yeah, that is on our to-do list. That is, we've got these two shortish Pendolino runs. Then we're on the Bakerloo line, and we're going to take that as far as Harrow, Wilson, the full length route, sort of covering the 1938 one, then the 1972 one. And then, after that, we are indeed onto the Dutch route. And yeah, we're going to have a go on that ICM Koploper, because it's absolutely ages since I've driven it. Pretty much only really in the first couple of weeks that it's come out. And I know AmazeTase mentioned it about what a good route it is, so about time I gave it another go again. I know we're all slightly disappointed that Dovetail Games haven't come up with a new Dutch route for Tradesman World 6, and I mean, personally speaking, I would love to have seen something involving Schiphol and, you know, sort of the airport run, but you hope that that will be a thing in time. Good evening, Andrew. Yeah, hope you're well, and as ever, thank you very much for joining us, and very glad to have your company. Right, okay. So you're not kind of impressed so far. It's not living up to US standard, is it? The food. Yeah, I would hope so, because they did say when they produced the route this year that they seem to get on famously with the Dutch railways, and they seem to be really super helpful in terms of what they allowed them to do. So yeah, pretty sure that's not going to be the end of the story for them. Yeah, we should be all right time-wise here anyway. But it was a very much a gentle meander into the platforms. All right, okay. I like it. Yeah, I suppose there's one or two bits and bobs that that will be a tad different. Have you? I can't even remember asking you before, but have you been to the UK before in sort of occasionally? I've got a few points knocked off for speeding there, so I've got only a gold medal there, 1,000 points. So that doesn't seem very high actually, but of course it's only a short run. And then I mean, just to kind of confirm it really, but that's the service that we're doing, the 835, but we'll only be able to go as far as Stockport. So the real service we call it Stockport, Macclesfield, Stoke-on-Trent, and then Nuneaton and London Euston. But of course, rather than wait the 35 minutes or 33 minutes, whatever it is, for it to actually be ready, we'll just load it up as a separate scenario. All right, fantastic. Yeah, so you've been here many times. So are you over here permanently then now, or at least for some time? sorry to sound so nosy. I know sometimes you might not always want to say everything in the public domain, as it were. Oh, well, there you go. Well done, AmazeTase. That's an early lead for you. And yeah, the problem there was that little bit of speeding. There wasn't much, but it was enough to knock you off. Perhaps more than gold isn't possible. Right, okay, so that's 1-0 to you. Well played, as ever. So you're heading back then, King K. So it's kind of just holiday then, is it? Ah, excellent. Yeah, I think that was the difference, wasn't it? Yeah, if I kept my eye on the speed limit, yeah, well played as ever. Good evening, Thanos. Hope you are well. And so let's get into the actual service to Stockport then now. So it's still a 390, and if I've wrote it down correctly, it's 1 Alpha 14, I think. There we go. So only 9 minutes, so just a bit of a short start. I thought, well, it makes sense to actually do the same service rather than picking a Wilmslow one. Right, okay. Yeah. Oh, excellent. Excellent, Thanos. Yeah. So, what route are you playing? And we've said before, but you know, if you do fancy the idea of doing the same run as we're doing, if you've got the appropriate DLC, then you know, by all means do it. You know, we're quite happy to have as many challenges as possible. It's always good. Yeah, I think hopefully the game can cope, rather than me loading it up, can cope with having this run done. Oh, we got a Transport for Wales service just leaving the station. Ah, excellent, Thanos. So day running. Shall we go bright with that? Again, AWS fuse. Can't believe I confused myself a few weeks back on that, having driven it for as long as I have driven it. But still, it still does look absolutely amazing, this this train, I have to say. Right, so those are. I think I've lost track of some of the things you're saying, King K. Those are kind of the couple of areas that you're thinking of, then, yeah. Oh, might try. It might be a good idea to open the left-hand doors on this platform, I think. Ah, lovely. Yeah. Oh, that'll be amazing. But I take it you're having a bit of a holiday first, are you, before settling down to work? Ah, excellent. Yeah, sounds good. Um, yeah, kind of Southwestern. I know the basics on lane track, and I've tried a little bit with Train Sim Classic. Have you found the kind of the gradients side of things easy enough to do? That's the bit that I can kind of figure out the idea of laying the track in accordance with doing it with Google Earth. That's, you know, kind of really easy, but gradients is the thing that I would struggle with, and you know, sort of plonking down bits of scenery is great, but it's time consuming. All right, fantastic, Southwestern. And there is, I don't know whether you read it in the... Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Oh, where are we? I've shut my doors, haven't I? What am I doing? I don't think I'd shut my doors. Oh. There we go, that's better. Yeah, the point behind the 1938 stop run is me and AmazeTase went on the Heritage line yesterday, so a Heritage line, Heritage stock, so we went to Amersham, we had a run out to from Amersham to Watford and then back again, and so I thought it'd be rude not to have a go at that in the game. Right, you got the 315 and the 701, Thanos. So obviously, yeah, talking Train Sim Classic there, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah, well, hopefully, Thanos, in the not too distant future, we're going to get sort of, okay, we're not going to get it perhaps backdated. Well, we know we aren't, don't we, for originally, but we are going to get announcements. So when we load up, certainly load up Exeter Plymouth when it comes out for TSW5, we're going to get the announcements straight off, which is going to be absolutely brilliant. Yeah, wouldn't it be good if we could do the whole journey through to London Euston, Thanos? And I mean, a personal favourite of mine would be to be able to go from Stockport through Macclesfield, through Stoke, and then to carry on that journey. I like it, King K. Yeah. Yeah, there is a clip already in the week. It's about 5 minutes long, where we had a sneak preview of them, and I think the announcements on the trains sound pretty decent, to be fair. And I was quite chuffed with them. The ones on the station sounded really quiet, but hopefully you'll be able to adjust the volume. And I know that if you don't like them in the cab, because some people will say, well, it's not realistic to hear them in the cab, then you'll definitely be able to switch them off. I would have thought so, Concorde, to an extent anyway, and it's, you know, it's going to be an approximation of realism, but I mean, I'm kind of happy with that. Yeah, well, this is it, and I'm sure it's an option they've explored. All right, excellent, King K. Yeah, well, I know you you put a tremendous amount of work into your videos that you've done for both Train Sim World and Train Sim Classic, and the works of art in their own right. I don't quite know what to make of that, King K. I do remember Julie Berry, actually. Somebody did a stream, one of the kind of prominent YouTubers, and did a stream where he'd used some Julie Berry announcements, and she actually popped up on the stream and was rather shirty about the whole thing. She wasn't very impressed. So it was little things like that. That's kind of why, I mean, there are, you know, sort of stuff out there where some of these things have been included, but I've been a bit reluctant to kind of go for stuff like that. Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see, I think, aren't we, Concord? I think there will be limitations. I don't think it will be perfect because, you know, let's be honest, what has ever come out from Dovetail Games have we been 100% satisfied with? We never quite are. We never will be. But hopefully it'll be a kind of a work in progress, and it will get better. Kind of not bothered with the speed set here because it's kind of, before we know it, we're reducing the speeds anyway. I mean, we've got 90, but we're coming down to 75 after this signal. I did start to make some notes on the Watford DC line, actually, one lunchtime. And because that, out of any of the routes, I mean, I agree the Goblin route would be a good one as well, but also I think the easiest one is probably the Watford DC line, so I must have a try at doing it at some point. Ah, good evening, Mr. Riley. Well, with King K in the UK, you're our own, well, certainly the only chatting YouTuber from America at the moment. Certainly the only one in the chat. So yeah, hope it's nice and sunny, and everything is nice in America, and hope all is good for you. Yeah, I'm not going to be on time. It's quite a tough little schedule. I don't know whether there's one or two places perhaps that I was slightly slow. Mind you, we had that problem at the start, didn't we, for a start off, with me forgetting to close the door, so I suppose that didn't help. Oh, no way! I was not past that that signal. Oh well, there you go. Well, you beat me there anyway, because it reckoned was the nose in front of the signal? I thought I was well behind that. Anyway, there we go. Well, well played. That's 2-0 to you. But there we go. Yeah, absolutely, King K. Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, it's given me as a spad, and I'm adamant that I was behind that line, but it's a bit of a funny one, isn't it? It's a bit like I remember um, the that LNER driver having the same issue with the Flying Scotsman, and it basically the cab was behind the signal, but the um, train itself was in front of it. So yeah, oh well, not to worry. But there we go. So yeah, well played, and it is that you've taken a very very early 2-0 lead. So that's tremendously well played. Yeah, well, I'm going to say so, King K, anyway, and it's uh, yeah, I'm happy to take the sympathy. So we are lurching into the district line. Then, sorry, district line. We're getting to the 1938 stop now. Yeah, well, you also get the thing as well with and what sometimes catches me out is the TPWS, and I'm going over the speed limit. Yeah, well, hopefully at AmazeTase I can make a bit of a comeback, but we'll see. But yeah, good start for you anyway. Yeah, I think with your route building Southwest, I mean it's going to be, you sort of build. I think the idea is you put in your track, your, and as you say, if you've sorted the gradients, then so much the better. The signalling, the speed limits, all that sort of stuff. Try and put the roads in, and then you kind of add in the buildings, don't you? And that's the long bit, and that could take months, years. So I think it's a good idea to start off reasonably short, get the hang of things. And it took me a while to realise as well that you have kind of a route folder. Uh, I mean, if you use the DTG assets, you find that most of the buildings are kind of repeated in all the different routes. So, if you can kind of get the hang of one of the more recent DTG routes, then you've got a pretty good representation of their stuff. Yeah, that's a good point, Southwestern. I don't know actually whether it does in real life. It'd be interesting to have a look at the videos. Yeah, definitely looking forward to TSW6, Mr. Riley. Yeah, can't wait for that. Yeah, the districts. I think the district to the Metropolitan line are easily the favourite tube lines, and we were talking about this yesterday with the Met line, and you're at somewhere like Amersham, you're in um, way, 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 way away from central London. You're in the countryside. It feels like a market town. The stations that look as though they could be from the 1950s and the steam era. And you've also got that thing like even the stations, within, because they're subsurface level, then they're a bit more interesting than the tube ones. Yeah, it's a very, very good way of doing it, I think, Southwestern. I think, yeah, just to do something like that, and to start off with, is good. Right, so okay, so this is kind of Bakerloo. So we need the heritage tube stock timetable. Slightly unrealistic because obviously it's set with all of them being the 1938 stock, but never mind. Yeah, I've enjoyed it when I've been on the Elizabeth line. I have to say it's very fast and efficient. It's aircon. It's spacious. It feels really, really modern. Of course, when you're in the tunnel bit, it's all ATO as well. So the driver is just literally putting it into ATA mode and then pretty much opening and shutting the doors and letting the train drive itself. So we've got 24101. And it says London Road Depot. That's where we're going to start, and then we're off to Queen's Park. So about 32 minutes. And it's nice the fact that we do at least we've got an adventure in the game. So apart from the seating and okay, there's obviously differences externally, but a 710 reliveried as an Elizabeth line train looks reasonably authentic, at least to my eyes anyway. So this was what we were on yesterday, amazingly, and it's a absolute beast of a train. Actually, that's to keep. And then I don't usually do it. I don't actually. Tell you what, I like to do it standing up. I can kind of settle down what I'm doing then. Yeah, we're sorted, aren't we? I've done it a slightly weird way there. I don't usually do it like that. Oh, I feel incredibly clumsy today. So we're going to forward one, I think. And we've got to set off in a moment. And just worth having a quick look inside. And I've got some pictures actually, but it's very, very well modelled. Yeah, it's such a nuisance, this tube strike. Yeah, I've got to be honest, Concord, I've got a soft spot for the tube, always have had, and I can remember the first time I rode on it, and you know, I've sort of been quite interested ever since. It was 241-01 Southeastern. Yeah, sorry, I haven't managed to get them up today, AmazeTase. I'll have to get that up pretty soon. To be honest, I had it done. I had a very, very short 1 minute thing, all virtually ready to go, and then my Adobe Premiere decided to completely crash on me, which was a bit annoying. Good evening, Ibex. Not as far as we know, Andrew. You know, that would be an amazing. It would be an amazing route in terms of the scenery. Try and keep below the 4 miles an hour for the moment. What do you mean, Thanos? What do you mean you've got the logos? Well, not so far, Ibex, but you never know. I mean, there's still plenty of time. There is bound to be stuff that comes out that we just don't know about yet. It's too early to say never, really. Yeah, to be honest with you, Southeastern, I was wondering that the last time I used it. I was kind of thinking it seems pretty decent. I mean, at first I used to think, and I'm going to jinx myself now by saying this, but I used to think the braking on it was a bit of a nightmare, but I must admit it's not too bad once you kind of get the hang of it. Yeah, it'd be quite difficult, Southwestern, because of the, as you say, but even if you could, how would you do it? I mean, I was wondering whether, I mean, one possibility maybe would be to do, say, the Paddington Underground. I mean, I'm thinking more of Trace of World 6 really, but to do the Paddington Underground section and then sort of go overground for the rest of the route, particularly if they could put in Heathrow. Yeah, well, I think the thing is, obviously, you know, when they make all the big announcement with the Dovetail Direct and everything that goes into that, then of course there's stuff there that some of it probably won't come out till March, April and beyond, and you know, it's a fairly decent indication of what lies ahead. But the fact of the matter is, I think if they only produce that in the next 12 months, then people would be a bit disappointed. So there's bound to be other stuff as well. Ah, good evening, Josh. Yeah, hope you are well. We're going to be doing one of your 66 or an OTS timetable 66 run a bit later on. mean, I can't see there be any demand. You know, I'm thinking again, Train Sim World 6 rather than Train Sim Classic, but I can't think that there would be, you know, sort of any demand really for, you know, a sort of a route that was ATO controlled. Yeah, and of course, the Bakerloo's pretty old. I mean, the Met line that it is, I believe, the oldest underground railway system in the world. All right, fantastic, Josh. Yeah, oh, that's good to know. Yeah, glad to have your company as always. Hope you're keeping well. Yeah, I think you're right, Andrew. I think to kind of expect the whole run from Glasgow Queen Street will never happen. Although it is possible to do it in Train Sim Classic. I've never, I mean, much as though, you know, when I've done it in real life, I've really enjoyed it, and very kind of a chilled out ride it was. But I think to kind of get somebody to drive there in train sim terms, it'd be just a little bit boring, really, just because of the fact that it is more or less single track. And yeah, brilliant, thanks, Josh. Yeah, it's like the modern new train Concorde. Oh, hell, Southeastern. Yeah, the realism sometimes, yeah. I like it. And I have to say, listening to the sounds of the train, and this is with a mod, then it does sound pretty decent actually. That kind of whine as you pull away. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've had myself decapitated quite a few times in train sim. Sometimes it's the doors as well. The cab door, you go to open it, and you just feel as though some of your body parts have just been ripped off. No, absolutely, and of course you had the privilege of standing in it, which is amazing. Really, it's lovely the fact that you know, all the heritage stock. Of course, they're all very much involved with the museum and bits and pieces that you know, they're both very helpful and very knowledgeable as well. And I think we were remarking as well yesterday, but of course it's all kind of standing room as well, and you know, the idea of sitting down and driving them was just not a done thing. And I remember, you know, lots of the old videos I've seen of tube drivers, there's always them standing up. Oh, crikey, Southwestern. Well, I don't think we'll be too offended if you kind of start it from scratch and you know, do it afresh, as it were. Yeah, well, I think sometimes IBEX you'll know a little bit more. I mean, obviously, you know, for me, it felt pretty realistic. But you know, if you kind of really do know the ins and outs, then you'll know the differences between the real thing and the in the game. I mean, I think nothing's ever going to be 100% realistic, and it's kind of like, you know, is it close enough? I suppose that's the question, really. Yeah, just mess around with the settings, King K. There's a few bits and bobs you could do like that. Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, that used to be a thing. I can't remember what it was now. Is it TSW3 maybe 4? But it used to only be possible, and then yeah, when you get it up at the top, much neater. And of course, I hate to see videos where you've got that thing in the middle of the screen showing how far away the next station is, and the you know, like a floaty thing, and then the colours on the platforms as well. Yeah, well, it was the first time for me, Southeastern, and very much enjoyed it. Absolutely loved it. AmazeTase remembers riding on it back in the day when they were actually regular day-to-day services, but it was first time for me. Right, okay. Well, there's not too many options, is there, either, unless you can drive, then, Andrew. Number one route, undoubtedly, connect up Manchester Piccadilly to Stafford, and then via Stoke and Macclesfield. That would be me number one route. And I agree with all the guys as well, the AmazeTase with the Liverpool Street. That would be incredible, whatever the era. I'd love to see East Coast mainline south. I'd love to see the Southwestern route out of Waterloo as well in some capacity. That would be lovely. And I've got a real interest as well in Charing Cross as well. I'd love to see you be able to go over the Hungerford Bridge, is it called, into Waterloo East. No, exactly, King K. And I mean, again, it's just adding a little bit more realism to it, at least not having the signals, because if you kind of know what the signals are going to be even before you see them, then, you know, that does feel like cheating. I'd love to be able to, I mean, Scooby's talked about this umpteen times, and the AmazeTase has as well, but I'd love to be able to start doing it HUDless, and just getting practicing, really. That's what I need to do. Yeah, just have a mess around, King K, with the settings. There's quite a few, and I'm kind of one of those people that I've tried a million different things before I got it to work exactly right and exactly how I wanted it, but it is quite flexible. Just obviously bear in mind, by the time you've done it, you'll find that obviously you have to do it all over again with TSW6. Yeah, I think that's an amazing bit of railway, actually. And I mean, you know, if it was set in the 70s or the 80s with the old slam doors, then really good. But I also really like the modern Charing Cross as well. Yeah, I mean, there's loads of like real cab view videos, and nowadays you can see quite a lot of them, and for free on YouTube as well, of the real lines. But I mean, the beauty is, have I shut my doors here? Oh, in a minute. Take your brakes off first. That's better. But you also need to look at Google Earth, and there's just such a lot of reference points to try and get things exactly right. Hello, Kent Spotter Southeast. I think I missed one of your questions. Do apologise. One of those situations where there's obviously quite a lot of stuff coming through on the chat. Oh, yikes! What happened there? Oh. Ha. Yikes. I seem to have got into a loop here. What's happening? I've no idea what I'm doing here all of a sudden. Oh, good evening, Lee. I know, but I feel as though my train's on fire. I can't... my brakes aren't working all of a sudden. What am I doing? This is very strange. We're into forward. My brakes suddenly are doing absolutely zilch. I mean, we are going to actually spud this because I cannot stop. I have no idea what happened there. I have no idea. And another one of the weird, wonderful things that happen on power flower trains and planes occasionally. Yeah, absolutely. That was really, really bizarre. I was controlling that. Was it something silly like, you know, I've got the caps lock on or scroll lock or something, but suddenly the brakes were having absolutely no effect whatsoever. Well, there we go. Very bizarre. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, King K. Yeah, it's not going very well, is it, really? But yeah, Kent, Southeastern, yeah, have a look through and yeah, see what you can find. I don't know whether should I start this again. I mean, in a way, it's cheating really because I should have lost by default, but I'm just intrigued what the actual problem was. I think I jinxed myself because I was kind of saying how easy it was to drive, and it really was dead straightforward. What was it? 24101, wasn't it? The 0657. Yeah, we will be IBEX. We've got to get these two. We've got to get to Harrow and Wealdstone first. So, it's really up to you. I mean, to be honest with you, you're nearly finished, aren't you, AmazeTase? And I mean, by my reckoning, that counts as a win for you anyway. And I don't know really whether we kind of got time to do the whole thing, but I just want to just do a couple of stations and just convince myself that it all works okay. But it suddenly just literally started taking off like a rocket, and then the brakes wouldn't work. But yeah, we'll put you that down as 3-0 anyway. And but I'll just do a couple of stations and then we'll move on to the normal Bakerloo line. Yeah, I mean the brakes are behaving absolutely fine. I think Christopher made the point a couple of weeks ago, but when they were announcing TSW5, he was saying that we get in random train faults, and I think he was under the impression that we already have them when I'm driving them. Anyway, stuff seems to go wrong from time to time. So we'll go to Waterloo, then go to the one after, and then we'll start up the next run. I think that's going to be the plan. Well, I think so, Lee Broken Train, but I have no idea why. Yeah, welcome by the way again, Lee. I know you've been with us before. Good evening, Hayley. Yeah, I know you've been busy as well, haven't you, with your YouTubing as well, and congratulations with all the stuff that you've released, and I know you've been busy. I mean, it's got to be Exeter to Plymouth and Paignton that'll start me off, because of course I'm mainly obsessed with the UK stuff. Yeah, we're doing well with the American viewers, aren't we, today? Yeah, what's the weather like in the Bronx? Currently. Yeah, I think that is one of the good things, Ibex. There is a very logical approach to the braking, and you know, in theory, it doesn't take a great deal of thinking about. Cloudy and cooler. We've had all sorts actually today. I mean, here in where I am in North Staffordshire, it's been raining most of the day, but in the afternoon, it's gone quite warm now. Actually, quite muggy. Ah, excellent. Yeah, it's really weird, this the problem I had. Ah, excellent, King K. Yeah, it's kind of 40 and 60 then, Ibex. That's kind of the extent that you have to remember. Right, so I'm gonna go as far as the embankment, and then we'll load up the next run then. I'm just trying to prove to myself that I'm not going daft. Yeah, it was kind of strange where I was putting max brakes on, and I was getting absolutely no response. And yet I've not kind of put caps lock or changed anything any different, but never mind. Ah, excellent. Right, okay. Well, if I get the chance, I might have another go at that and just see what I can do. But we'll call that that's be 3-0. Yeah, looks very realistic, very like the real thing, I have to say. You'll get a little view there from the outside. Very, very nicely modelled. And the sound of that compressor going off and on occasions as well, that's exactly what it does do. See, well played, AmazeTase. Yeah, that was a bit of a strange one, that was, but we'll put that down on the quite a long list of strange ones. Yeah, we certainly did, Lee. Yeah, in the UK, I'd completely forgotten about it. My brother actually thought it was me train game going off in my bedroom for a minute, and then I said, no, it's this government thing. Yeah, no, yeah, excellent. Yeah, it's a lovely livery, and I say, once I get my act together, and I'll get some of the pictures and some video up from yesterday. It was absolutely delightful to ride on in real life. So this is part of the 2019 timetable from OTS, which of course Josh has been very much involved with. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Riley. The sound is good, and it's got the mod in. There's some mods on TrainSim community websites. I think this is, I hope I've wrote the number down right, 2260, I believe. Maybe not. It is, time-wise, it is the 0740 Queen's Park to Harrow and Wealdstone. There we go. That was close. All right, King K. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, to be honest, there hasn't been that much talk about it. There might have been on the TV news, I suppose. But I saw something at work. I think everybody's supposed to have got a text message about it, but of course, I'm not sure about that. Oh, excellently. Oh, right. You enjoying it? Yeah, there's some fabulous mods available for you're driving the train in PC terms. I like to do that cutout thing, and then that way we can actually open the window as well. If you don't do that, you won't actually get the train moving. Into forward, and try and remember to put some lights on for the passengers as well. Often forget this. And also we'll set it for Harrow and Wealdstone. Have we gone past it? There we go. Make sure we got that right. Right, lock doors. Hang on. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Forward. Of course, we haven't done this yet, have we? Haven't done the dead man's handle. Yeah, it really is. It does make it absolutely excellent. The this Forks timetable. Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Riley. Passenger animations, pathfinding. Yeah, I hope there is some improvement because, you know, we get all sorts of nonsense going on with the passengers at the moment, and it really desperately needs a fix and to make it realistic. I mean, you've got a strange situation there because I think that train there is in the depot, so it should be absolutely empty, but yeah, I think trains are either empty or they're rammed. There doesn't seem to be too much in between, and it's just little things like making sure that when you've reached the end point of the route that they all get off, and that you don't. I mean, we've had situations as well. I think it was London Brighton where everybody would get off at Gatwick Airport, and then if you were going down to Brighton for the rest of the journey, you would then find that basically there was no passengers for the rest of the journey. Yeah, the weather, I think the lighting generally really could do with improving, but also this dynamic weather thing as well. I mean, I always switch it off and put custom weather on because you know full well that if you have dynamic weather on, within about 15-20 minutes of the run, you'll start off bright and sunny and absolutely glorious, and then by the time you get to your destination, it'll be thunderstorms, and it really will be absolutely throwing it down. And I think if you've been on the Bakerloo in real life, then the sounds now with this mod are absolutely perfect. We can't complain about it being empty there, only there was plenty of passengers waiting for this service. I think there is actually, again, if you're playing it on PC, I think there is a mod where it actually replicates the current real life weather, but I've never tried it actually. Ah, hello Zachary, hope you are well. I think you nearly joined us a couple of weeks ago, didn't you, when I think we were doing the TSW5 preview, and I think you popped up at the very end of the stream, so I just missed you, but yeah, good to see you. Yeah, I'm really good, thank you. Hope you're well. Had a few temperamental trains today so far, but it's all been seen and done before. Yeah, if you're playing the game on the PC, Mr. Riley, then it's an absolute game changer, stuff like that, because I mean the sounds that came out for the Bakerloo with the game were alright. I didn't find them awful, but I think they used I think people in the know said they used class 455 sounds, which obviously aren't realistic, so driving with proper sounds, and you get the real track joint sounds as you bounce over the points, is tremendous experience. Yeah, I mean it's a tremendously demanding game, and you kind of you know, I mean mine's a very old computer now. You know, it's 5 years old, desperately in need of a little bit of love. So you know, it doesn't crash, but it would benefit massively if I could get myself a new PC, I think. Oh, bye, Zachary. Yeah, have a look. It's literally the website you need is Trade Sim Community. Just do a Google search for the Trade Sim Community, and there's some cracking stuff on there. And you know, we've had the endless conversation and discussion about the fact that there's a 378 for the benefit of Scooby. We've had endless conversations about the fact that, you know, the game is a lot more limiting for console users, but certainly PC is the best way. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is on there, and I've yet to use it myself. I mean, I don't know. Perhaps I'm a one-trick pony, but I kind of like driving in pretty sunny weather, really. And you know, it's kind of like if you're on the trains in real life, to drive in the sunshine is wonderful. But you know, it's good that you can do stuff like that. Been incredibly cautious with this braking now. I think what happened with the last run, I'm just finding a tad unsettling. It's affecting my nerves a little bit on this run. Yeah, I thought you might like to see the 378 Scooby. Yeah, no, there's no 313s on this. I mean, somebody could quite easily, you know, even if it was a timetable, if it was a scenario for a creators club, but you could have 313s on on this this route doing the Watford DC line services. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, Mr. Riley. I mean, it's all right driving at night, but I think we were saying yesterday, it's like on the stream, it's not the best because you can't see a great deal. I don't think it's visually the most exciting thing, and the only perhaps conceivable benefit is the fact that you can actually see the signals a bit better, and because there are times when I'll see an orange signal and I think, is it orange or is it red? But you can see them a bit better at night time. Yeah, I think I tried that King K actually. I think I have done that. And I've recently downloaded a new INI thing as well, which is, I think it has helped it a bit. I mean, this is a very, very busy part of the route around Stonebridge Park and around Wembley and Wilston. Yeah, but of course we shouldn't see any. I think the 710s in this timetable are only there for like the testing ones, if I remember rightly. This is basically 378s on the Watford DC line. Yeah, there's all Wembley in the background. No, you're absolutely right. Oh, that's a nice one coming in there. That's coming in off Stonebridge Park Depot. But yeah, you're dead right, Thanos. This is what the Bakerloo line really sounds like. And, you know, it's the oldest tube stop that's in active service on the out on the line now, and sometimes you travel on them and you feel as though it's setting off a little bit reluctantly. It has to be said. It takes a bit of persuasion, but I do enjoy driving it still. I do like looking around though, Lee. It's you know, you just can't see a great deal, can you, at the end of the day? Yeah, it makes a world of difference, doesn't it? And there's been various incarnations, I think. I think I'm right in saying it's one of the itchier ones, isn't it? And he certainly nailed it, I think, with this one. And I think it's kind of the case. It's always going to be like that a bit with soundboards, but some are absolutely perfect and some are a bit in between. And you can even say that with the Tradesman Classic ones. I think that you've paid £20-30 for. Some of them are absolutely world beating straight off, and then some of them you're thinking, not sure about that. It could be a bit better. Ah, right, interesting, Josh. Yeah, I have to say I don't recall doing a Carlisle Preston one at night. I'll have to have a try on that with the rain. Why does it not surprise me that the Just Trains team have got it absolutely perfect? Yeah, absolutely, Scooby. I know you're one of your favourites, and that is the beauty of this OTS timetable. Apart from, well, there's many beauties of it really, but I love the fact that you've got a choice. Then you can do if you fancy doing the Euston to Watford Junction in the 378. Then you can do on this route. If you want to do it in the 710, you can do it on Fawkes's timetable. So plenty of variety. Perennial moan from me, and I'm guessing there's probably nothing technically that can be done about it, but I'd love to be able to come outside with the camera and not have this lurching about because the camera's moving into an object. Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, Josh, the good thing about your runs, I can't remember if you've got them on active regular services, but you've also got some high-speed ones as well, haven't you? And you can kind of do things with the 710 because they're on testing runs. And I did do one once out of Willesden Depot, and it was fantastic because you could actually go at speed, and you don't have to keep stopping every 5 seconds. See, it's like that. You know, is it impossible that we have to, we kind of try and go close up and then we immediately get the camera jumping in? Yeah, that did feel quite interesting. And again, it's an interesting period. It's something different. It was, by choosing 2019, it's not just the fact that it's before COVID, it's the fact that we've kind of got that crossover. So Virgin Trains was still a thing. You had those kind of weird Pendolinos painted all over in that sort of matte grey colour, and you still had some of them in the flowing silk livery, so it was just a different period. And yeah, the 710s were coming into service. Yeah, that is a absolutely excellent question. Look at the detail that's gone into that, though. That that walkway there, and I love all those adverts that have been included, as we have a 350 racing through. Right, okay. Yeah, I suppose, I'm guessing there are still things that you don't quite know. Right, okay, yeah. Right, well, fingers crossed. Because, you know, it's stuff like this that is a game changer. And, you know, if it was kind of like, well, actually, the mod for TSW6 didn't work with it, I'd kind of want to go back to play this route on TSW5. I still really enjoy this section of the Bakerloo line. I mean, you know, when the route first came out, and we basically got a blank West Coast main line alongside us as far as Harrow and Wealdstone, with the wrong-looking catenary, it just wasn't enjoyable. But you know, this is still fantastic. Hello again, Seb. Yeah, I think you've been on all the way through, have you? But have you been popping in and out a little bit? Yeah, I think there's going to be one or two things that is going to take a little while to get used to, and you know, we're not going to be. Nothing can be completely perfect with TSW6, I suppose, straight away. Ah, excellent, Mr. Riley, yeah. You're going to be annoyed, though, if it should be raining and it's dry. Yeah, we're actually driving it now, Mr. Riley. This is so this is obviously the West Coast main line route, and he has created this 2019 timetable, and this is one run that we're going to be doing another run a bit later on, which will be a Class 66 run. But he's added in, I can't remember exactly how many services there is now, but it's you know, we took about thousands, and you've got such a fascinating array of traffic on there as well. Good evening, Unwind. I'll call you Unwind, it's probably the easiest name, but I very much am looking forward to TSW6. And it's not going to be that too far away, really, is it now? We're well into September. Yeah, it's just the sheer amount of traffic. I mean, the West Coast main line is the most busiest line in the country, and this absolutely brings it to life. And of course, this London end is so interesting as well, because you have things like this. You have the Bakerloo line, you've got the overground services, but you've also got all the local stuff going on as well. The LNWR services with a variety of stopping patterns. You've got the southern units, you've got all your Pendolino stuff as well, and you've got I suppose the only thing missing at the moment from this era would be the Voyager stuff actually on the Holyhead services. I don't know whether that's substituted for Pendolinos. That'd be quite nice to see, having the Voyager in Avanti livery, I suppose. Well, no, it wouldn't be Avanti. In Virgin livery it'd be, wouldn't it? Yeah, so we've got the calling on signal underneath. It says red, but we have got those two white dots, so we do have permission to go through. Yeah, you're right and wide. Oh, that would be excellent, Josh, actually. And I look forward to coming third. I'll try. But yeah, I imagine you'll be the expert on it. That would be great. Ooh. Say what, I'm having a mare tonight with this driving. Just as well we don't get people tuning in for expert driving. It hasn't happened tonight anyway, that's for sure. Yeah, I certainly will, Hayley. I haven't bothered with the pre-order at the moment because kind of the price is you know, sort of there. You know, you don't get any cheaper by doing it a bit later. So, but I will 100% be getting it. And right, there's the score then. So 6-2-7-3, and I think if it's 4-0, then I'm going to be way out off the pecking order. I certainly can say hi to you, Seb. It's a good evening to Seb. I mean, from my point of view, with the UK stuff, I mean, it's going to be great having Exeter to Plymouth, but I'm going to be then waiting for the next thing to come out. And we already know that the first UK thing to come out after Exeter Plymouth is going to be Crewe to Birmingham. Day's been all right. The driving's not been too brilliant, I have to say. But never mind. How are we doing for time? It is 18:51, so I think we are virtually about ready for coffee time, actually. So I'll leave it on there for the minute then. I'll get the coffee going. Actually, let's reload the game up ready, and then we're not too far off then for the the next run, are we then? So we are going to be on the Dutch route shortly. So that's about an hour, and then we'll be on to the freight run then. So I'll be, I did scribble down what my score was then, but I can't read my own writing now. Right, I'll be back in a sec anyway. Let's get that coffee going, and then we will be on to what you're having for your tea, Thanos. But hold that thought for a sec. I'll be back in a minute, and we'll be back in a moment. Right, here we go. I'm back. Yeah, I did make a note of the score, but it doesn't make any sense because I wrote 16607. So I'm a bit confused on that one. I mean, if it was 6607, then I've got a victory. But all right, let's get into the yeah, 1852. Yeah, that was the time on it, Seb. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get into the Dutch route next. So we're going to drive the famous Koploper, and I think it's just a bit of a nickname, isn't it? And it's got this weird cab, as though you're driving a 747 jumbo jet, really. With, I mean, the cab's on the roof, but the rest of the train isn't. It's not a double decker, so it's a really, really strange but interesting train. So this was ICS40 I've written down. Yeah, that's it, yeah. To be honest, it's my score that I'm not sure that what I got. I thought I'd written it down, but I've confused myself by what I've written. So I'm not sure. Right, so we are due off anyway on this one. It's the 1117. Although, yeah, here we are. Yeah, I see 540 actually. So it's Groningen to Rotterdam Central, but of course we're going from Groningen to Zwolle. But this is a fascinating train to drive. I do like the Dutch signalling system. It's relatively straightforward, and it really just requires that you're kind of obeying the signals, and everything else isn't too much of a problem. Yeah, I've obviously written down your score, haven't I, from the previous one, but I haven't written down where I scored. Oh, anyway. So I've written down a little bit on some of the things that we need to do in terms of setting this thing up. So master key inserted, and you have to put this into driving mode. We have this strange little brake lock thing. I'll put headlights on, gauge lights on, and then this thing over here he says zooming up to it really closely and try not to fall down the steps in the process. Right, so ATS isolated, we want that as on, and then can't see what I'm doing here. There's another one as well, isn't there? I thought it was the two at the end. Oh, and the dead man's isolation. Right, that's it, isn't it, I think? Yeah, that would be a good idea if somebody could do that. Right, lock the doors. Right, yeah, this is the 1117. I wrote it down something like ICS 540 in the menu, but that's, I think it's something like IC 540, or it might be S40, but it's the 1117, so it's the Rotterdam service, but we're going Groningen to Zwolle. Oh yeah, we need to be in to forward as well, don't we? I haven't done that. Oh no, we are in forward. Brakes are off. There we go. Yeah, we're off. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was a bit of a confusing list from me on that. Try and get a few brakes on. Just feels like just quite a rickety old thing, actually, driving this. Yeah, I like it, Scooby. Yeah. It's quite weird, isn't it? I've got to say. I mean, we'll have a look at an outside view in a second once the speed limit goes up a bit. But you're like so close to the roof, it's untrue. Really is a kind of an odd looking train all round. And as long as you obey the speed limits, you're not going to have an issue with the thing. But when you do have a problem, then that's how it goes. I do FPS, and I'm not sure whether everybody will quite agree with me, but I don't always drive this quite this abysmally. Now, yeah, I've forgotten the button that you press now to reset it. ATB release, ATB acknowledge. Right, perhaps we need to do it with that's off. Right. Oh, that sounded more positive. We've got right, excellent, AmazeTase. Yeah, so right, I forgot what your score was now. Oh crikey, I've actually won one. So I'm 3-1 down then. Wow, that is good news. Right, okay, so that's that. Now I seem to remember there's something that you have to press to reset this, and I can't for the life of me remember what it is. Oh, right, excellent, FPS Gamer, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're nearly off, I think. I just felt something go then. Maybe not. Dead man pressed. I'm trying everything here. I was convinced it was one of these buttons that you have to press. We're stuck. I've got a an ATB issue where it's come on, and now I'm not moving. And I seem to remember that I'm sure the procedure for resetting is relatively straightforward. Big yellow to the left of the green lights. That's what I thought. That one, yeah? ATB acknowledge. Oh, wait a minute. No. So we've got brakes off. These aren't buttons anyway, are they? These are just ITB acknowledge. The big yellow to the left of the green lights. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, let's restart. Oh, I know that's annoying as well, AmazeTase. Apart from my troubles, setting this thing up reasonably, most of it's fairly straightforward, to be honest. Right, we need to get out of my seat to do this, don't we? Right, so I think that's right for that. Okay. Believe it or not, I have kind of enjoyed driving this when generally, you know, it's got its complications, but you know, that's kind of doesn't matter, does it? I can't even get in the seat now. Ah, there we have it. Hang on. E. There we are. Right, doors unlocked. Headlights are on. So, oh yeah, we need to do that train block thing, don't we, first? Right, so we'll try and be a bit more cautious, because to begin with we are actually going downhill and it's sort of 40 kilometers per hour to begin with, which very quickly gets you into trouble. I mean, the last time I drove this, I remember thinking that the actual escape mechanism, if you do set the alarms off, was fairly easy to reset, but it kind of shows it's a while since I've done it. But yeah, it's a great hobby, FPS gamer. You know, occasionally it gives me a bit of stress when things are not quite going to plan. But other than that, I absolutely love it. So we'll just try and be a little bit more cautious, because it can very quickly run away from you. And again, it's kind of old technology. This is sort of 1970s, so it's not quite where you press everything and you get an instant response, so it does take a little bit of planning. I mean, I think you know, people have talked a lot about other Dutch routes and the bead possibilities, and I mean, this one is lovely, and you know, there's a lot of new assets, there's a lot of new stuff that's been included in the game, but it would be nice to have something perhaps a little bit more scenically interested. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, have you still got a lot of content, FPS gamer, that you've bought from ages ago? And there is a lot of stuff on. I mean, my main grumble, which is a constant one really with Train Sim Classic, is kind of the lack of variety with the scenarios. And you know, there's been some people have created some lovely scenarios that are very interesting, but the downside is that you have to download an absolute shed load of stuff every time you want to play a run. It's you know, it takes a lot of doing. Ah, excellent. And you know, I mean, sometimes as well with the mods included. I mean, it's graphically it's not perfect, and you know, TSW knocks spots of it, and you know, you do really feel as though you're in the real world. I mean, I've had Train Sim Classic since day one when it first came out, 2007. So it's given me a lot of interest over the years, and I think AmazeTase was saying yesterday, but there are still features in Train Sim Classic with the trains that are actually you know, sort of more realistic than you'll find in Train Sim World even now. And my interest will always be mainly in UK stuff, but this is just such a well-modelled route that you know, it certainly deserves a bit of love from time to time. Yeah, you mean for Train Sim Classic, Scooby? Yeah. I mean, it's probably one of those things. I mean, I've got it installed, and you know, I have done scenarios before. I did do King's Cross to Leeds some months ago, over 2 weeks, but it's ages since I played it. I kind of don't tend to stream Train Sim Classic very often. Do you mean with TSW or with Train Sim Classic? FPS game. I mean, if you're talking like in Train Sim Classic terms, it's more of the modern, the newer stuff really. Things like the Hope Valley line on from Just Trains. I mean, that's quite interesting. You can do Manchester Piccadilly to Sheffield, and if you then add in the Buxton route as well, the Peak Forest route, then you can go as far as Buxton, and there's some very interesting stuff. But for me, TSW 100% much more exciting than Train Sim Classic now. And I think the thing is, you want to sit in the cab, and you want to kind of feel as though you're actually driving the thing for real, and you know, you only have to look at this and it just does feel so real. And you know, it's not perfect, but it is lovely. Yeah, I mean, I've been promising Scooby for ages, and again, I must get round to doing it at some point. But I go on the Alan Thompson Kingsland line as well, and because that's a good run. And you know, again, the chances of Train Sim World doing King's Cross to Cambridge anytime soon, and you never quite know because of the connection with Alan Thompson. But of course, he's obviously always going to love the East Anglian stuff, but it's pretty decent. Yeah, I mean, in theory, of course, you can do King's Cross to Edinburgh. I mean, I must admit, I'm a bit reluctant to go beyond York because the well, okay, you can just about get away with Newcastle, I suppose, but the route north of from Newcastle to Edinburgh was one of the old Just Trains routes, and that really is feeling dated nowadays. But it's certainly great to see York in all its finery, and of course we've got the proper triangle as well. You can go down to Leeds, and you can also go from Doncaster to Leeds as well. So I think it's kind of, I think, to be honest, if I did a East Coast Main Line, it's probably one to put to one side for doing in the recorded videos, I think, and not so much with the live stream. I think we kind of, I don't know, it's hard to say really, but I think we kind of, with the graphics, people expect to see Train Sim World now. And I must admit, although I've still got the game, I've still got Train Sim Classic in the system, it kind of feels like stepping back a little bit. And you know, and I think when we did Plymouth to Exeter the other day in Train Sim Classic, the recorded video, I think Peter immediately mentioned, he said, "Oh, it's graphically hasn't the game come on a lot more now that we've got TSW?" Right, yeah, that's kind of more doable, to be honest, Scooby, because there are, I'm sure I've got scenario. Oh heck, just run over a car. You would have thought they might have shut the level crossing. That's more doable because it's not a very long run, and I'm sure I've already got some scenarios loaded up. I was just quite excited when I did the one before Christmas, the fact that, okay, it's the wrong cab, but at least you can do the 717, and you know, it feels like it's bang up to date. But yeah, definitely. Oh, excellent, AmazeTase. Well, I mean, obviously it wasn't a question for me of the game crashing. It was my inability to get the thing moving again. and I can guarantee you when we come off the stream and I'll have another go at it, I'll be like, oh, what was the problem? Why couldn't I get it moving? But there you go. Yeah, absolutely, Scooby. Yeah, that's definitely what I'll have to do. And sorry, FPS Gamer, I've not answered your question, have I? But yeah, definitely 100%. Train to World 6. Can't wait for it. And you know, it's going to breathe again new life. We're going to get new features, and it's going to be interesting to see what it's like. And you know, from the again, if you're UK point of view, you know, massively looking forward to Plymouth, to Exeter and Paignton. There's a bit of variety there, and being able to drive the Voyager, as well as the 802 and the new sounds for the 150, which looks improved. But then not too far off, we're going to get Crewe to Birmingham as well. So again, straight off, you'll get 350 runs, you'll get Voyager runs, and you'll get Pendolino runs as well. I'm just hoping, fingers crossed, that well, if we do a Saturday night run on with the Crewe Birmingham, but hope it's not as busy as it was in real life last night. But I'm sure it won't be in the game. But of course, it was. We'd had the England Andorra match, so I got treated to a few England fans on my journey home. But the other thing as well, if you're also, you know, if you're old enough to remember British Rail Blue, then you're going to enjoy Crewe to Preston as well. And the good thing there is not only will you get that, but we'll also get some merry-go-round hopper services as well. Yeah, well, I think that's the thing, Josh, isn't it? It's like, well, I mean, I wouldn't get the that version of it because I think I own all the routes that I want. But yeah, I mean, sometimes these things, it's kind of like a bargain, really. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's it kind of depends on what routes you already own. But, you know, for me, I've got to get the deluxe version because I definitely want the, I certainly want the Voyager. But yeah, looking forward to the, okay, I braked way too early for this 80, but it's better to be going to slow than it is too fast, I think. And we've got our one stop coming up here into Assen. But I think the on the Just Trains route with the it's going to be. I'm looking forward to doing merry-go-round hopper things because in theory you should be loading your coal wagons up from the power station without stopping, and you'll be going very slow speed round there, and then when you get to the power station you'll be you'll be loading the coal up from the colliery, and then you'll be taking it to the power station and then unloading it again without stopping. Yeah, I've never tried it, Mr. Riley, to be honest. like the idea of it, but I don't know whether there's any kind of bugs with it. I really don't know. Ah. It really isn't my night, is it, tonight? It's crashed on me now. Hey dear. Anyway, you've had a look at the Dutch route, but that's as far as we've got. We nearly made it into Assen. Yeah, good question. Because it's going to take about an hour to do the. It's going to take about an hour to do the freight run. So we've got kind of half an hour in the meantime. So right, what do we think? Name your routes. Anybody let me know what you want. We need to be kind of yeah, absolutely. I think I don't want to start it again because it's it's an hour's run in its own right, and then the rate we're going, it'll be midnight by the time we do the final run. So we kind of need a 20-minute, half an hour run on something before we start the freight run, I think. Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah. That sounds like a good plan. Yeah, I think the idea of a live weather mod is quite a good idea. I mean, I think it's something that some people have suggested would be good to have in the game where it's reacting to real world data. But again, it's another example where I think Dovetail Games have kind of said, I don't know whether they've actually said it's not possible, but they seem to think it would be really difficult to implement, and then somebody else has managed to do. Yeah, well, let's load up Southeastern. I mean, the trouble is, it literally can't be. We don't want it to be sort of 45 minutes or an hour. It needs to be kind of sort of 20 minutes, half an hour, really. Let's see what's available. I mean, what would be kind of good to blow the cobwebs off a little bit would be a quick blast with the 395, but let's have a look. Right, that sounds perfect, yeah. Yeah. I think the problem is if we did maybe the 395, we're perhaps gonna, it's gonna maybe just be too long. So I think as Scooby kind of put his name into the hat first, AmazeTase suggested the Southeastern route, and yeah, absolutely, yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, 60 minutes. Yeah, we'll do the 10:03. Gravesend to Dartford. Just thought, actually, tell you what I can do. Yeah. Yeah, let's do the that nice NSE Railway 200 livery. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, I mean, what year did they start in service, the 365s? I mean, it doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago since they were brand new. And you know, they've gone. I know they went to Scotland for a while as stand-ins whilst the new sort of like the 385s were coming in ScotRail. And then I think they made a reappearance on the East Coast Main Line. Yeah, I mean, I remember the 465s being in the original network Southeastern livery. Wow, yeah, 95. I mean, that just does not feel a long time ago. But then, you know, not long before that we had the 91s brand new. So it's just one of those little signs of getting older, I suppose. At least I can drive this thing. And I think this is one we got off Creators Club. And it's even got Chris Green as on the nameplate on. Ah, excellent, AmazeTase. Would that have been... I mean, I've seen... I can't remember now when the new Charing Cross was built, but I've seen pictures of the new Charing Cross, and then these 465s and the Network Southeast days coming in alongside the slam doors. Yeah, the sounds on this are pretty good, actually. Let's open the window. That might be enough. Let me know, obviously, if it's not loud enough. Oh, I don't know. Sometimes you get these weird oddities, don't you? Yeah, they are, aren't they, I think? Taillights are up here, aren't they? Yep, they are indeed. Well spotted, Josh. You might have saved me some points there. That's that is good. Well spotted. Oh, I remember some of those crashes. And I think that is the one thing. I mean, you know, much as though, you know, I absolutely love the old stock. I mean, nobody can nobody can say that is one massive advancement over the years. And I mean, I remember there being the crash at College on the West Coast Main Line, and there was one fatality, and that was the driver on the Liverpool Euston service, but he had absolutely no chance because the train just came upon him. But in terms of the stability of the carriages, I mean, I think more or less every train was derailed, and you know, it worked out well. Yeah, does it sound loud enough? I mean, I can increase it a bit. There we go, we'll try that. That's a bit louder. Might have been a bit low on anyway overall. I think these are the Armstrong Powerhouse sounds, again, pretty authentic. Ah, excellent. Yeah, I think it might have been on slightly low anyway overall. It's always slightly, it's a hard thing to get just right anyway, because I can hear obviously the sound coming through on the headset, but it's never quite what you hear on the screens. You know, it's slightly different. So I need your input as to whether it's too loud or too quiet. Again, you kind of get that, you know, sort of authentic British rail engineering sort of sound with the older bogies. You know, completely different experience to you know, say the Pendolino that we were riding on a bit earlier. You know, that always sounds a bit tinny somehow, but the that sound going over the points is a lot more clunky. Try and have a better look at the livery as well when we come into the station. Into North Fleet. Oh, Thameslink service as well. As usual, the camera kind of glitching, but I'm not having much luck with stuff like this tonight. Probably better seeing it on this side. But yeah, you've got the Chris Green nameplates, and then Southeastern celebrating Railway 200. So it's a really nice reskin. Yeah, it's funny to think, isn't it? Again, 700s, they feel like state of the art. The the very newest, but yeah, as you say, time passes when you're having fun and all that. Right, we're going over HS1 now. Yeah, you can probably see better, a little bit better here, the livery. So a little bit of a throwback. Have you? I mean, I've not seen the. I've not seen this in real life, in these new colours like this. I mean, I know both of you will remember it in Network Southeast colours back in the day. But I don't know whether you've seen or ridden on this since it's been repainted in these colours. Of course, we don't get the guard on this either, but you do the. Right, yes, Connex yellow, and again, there's, you know, there is reskins, and you know, if you own the 465 on Train Sim Classic, you've got all these classic colours. But again, there's loads of stuff. I mean, there's loads of TOCs that people just don't remember, or won't remember, and won't even have been alive to been around. Yeah, the braking on this thing is amazing. I suppose that's the point, isn't it? To maintain this timetable like this, then you kind of need something that's good braking. It's difficult to know if it's really authentic, but it kind of feels pretty decent. Be a bit more measured, because I don't want to be zipping all over the place into step 3 and then back to step 2. And I mean, the thing about these platforms as well is they are incredibly long, aren't they? So you know, you don't want to be coasting in and doing no speed at all. Okay, I might have to go step 3 now just to make sure. Right, excellent, Scooby, yeah. I mean, it always felt as though they were 365s without a pantograph, and I think we said before, haven't we? But you think in terms of TSW terms, you know, if they ever did do East Coast Mainline South, and depending on when it was set, then it would be a fairly easy make, you would feel, to put the 365 into the game. I mean, again, this is a sound mod, I think. I mean, actually, I'm saying it's Armstrong Powerhouse. The original sounds that were provided for this unit, I think, were Armstrong Powerhouse. But then I think again, it's another sound mod. I think it might even be our mate Itcher again. got Network Southeast at the front, and then the classic Southeastern livery on the back. I must confess, to be fair, this is a route that I probably don't drive all that often, and I almost forget about it because, you know, we've got the and I do like the high speed stuff and being able to do the Faversham runs as well, which is kind of a bit of both with the Javelin, and I also enjoy doing the fast ones all the way to Ashford International, but kind of forget about these stopping ones. Again, it'd be great to have it, you know, going into all the way into Charing Cross. Oh, excellent, Josh. Yeah, no, that'll be great. It is 4 Mike 59, the 1331. And I've just written down Wembley to Milton Keynes. I know in reality it's again off to somewhere else, but yeah, 4 Mike 59. Always interested me, Scooby, about the third rail thing, because I mean, one or two people have asked me the question over the years. Well, surely third rail's a lot cheaper and easier to integrate. You know, it's like, well, why don't they just put third rail everywhere? But you've kind of given one reason there. Oh, excellent, Josh. Yeah, I can imagine, Scooby. It is something I would love to do. I'd love to kind of genuinely do these things, and I think that you want to be able to, I think, actually just observe the speed signs more. I mean, it's kind of like knowing when you've got to start braking, when you've got a speed reduction if you don't get a speed bump coming down. But it's all about actually learning to drive it from the cab like a driver would in real life, and you can easily rely far too much on the you know, the other bits and pieces that we get of information. Yeah, and I think it's a lot more efficient, isn't it? AC power than DC. And of course, you know, back in the, what was it, the 50s, they did, they electrified the Woodhead routes with 1500, you know, DC. Those very, very strange looking 76s and the 506s, and then there was a bit of outer Liverpool Street that was DC as well, wasn't there? But I think AC is a lot more efficient. Crikey, this is Dartford already. But yeah, I kind of, I kind of hope that DTG haven't completely abandoned third rail routes. I mean, I know Matt Pedalston used to joke about it for a little while. It was, you know, it's like, right, the next route we're bringing out is not going to be a third rail electric route, but they've kind of now done it almost the other way, where you kind of feel it's quite a while now since they have brought out a third rail route. Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, yeah. It's as you say, it'd be nice to do more of it, but sometimes it is actually just enjoyable to do these short little runs, and you can actually do these when you haven't got that much time on your hands. Don't think I did very well with the. I really didn't come down for the speed limit. It's funny, isn't it? I was just making the comment about observing the signs more, and what did I do? I then came into Dartford far too fast. Right, so that's my score, 7-1-30. So I have made a note of that this time, and I will just reload the game up ready for this proper West Coast Main Line South route. Ah, well done, AmazeTase. Yeah, marvellous. Yeah, 7-1-8-5, and yeah, that gives you a 4-1 lead. So that is very definitely a winning score. But I think it's fair to say I've been a little bit below par at times tonight. I thought last week I'd made a bit of a comeback, and we had a really close, quite decent, tight battle. But this week I've been well off the pace. But yeah, a lovely little run, and yeah, I agree with you, Scooby. It's a great train to drive, and it's just slightly over with too quickly, but there are times when it's absolutely perfect, a nice little run like that. Hello, Thanos. Welcome back. Absolutely. Yeah, this will be interesting, actually. This will be interesting. And I'm sure. I mean, I don't know whether you've ever. I presume that in terms of producing the route, Josh, or producing the timetable, that you've had to do a lot of runs to actually get everything to work properly. So it's not like you could just create it all off the back and then think, well, let's hope it all works. So, yeah, it's going to be fun, this one. Ah, right, excellent. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of intriguing for me, to understand the background to for stuff like that, because kind of got no concept. And I know AmazeTase had said he'd like to get involved with a little bit of timetable creation if time allows at some point. But Tom, I think, has put some videos up on showing a little bit about the complexities and the what to do with the editor with timetable stuff. But yeah, it's fascinating, and of course, the end result is sort of mind blowing, and particularly the West Coast Main Line. I mean, I know Andrew was talking about Fort William to Melee, but apart from the fact that it's single track and you've got passing loops, you'd be lucky you might see two trains on the whole journey. It's but West Coast Main Line, you're talking about overall thousands and thousands and thousands of trains, and just to position yourself on the main line at anywhere along the route really is just an incredible sight, seeing all these trains just whistle by just as they would do if you were there in reality. It's quite something. Yeah, so looking forward to this, and I think I'm going to do it in the Colas one, I think. And I think it's probably true to say as well, Josh, that you've kind of, really set the standard. You and Forks and one or two others, and it's you've proved to Dovetail Games that there is stuff that's possible that I think probably they didn't even realise was possible to a certain extent, which is fantastic. Here we go. So it's technically it's Southampton to Garston, which of course is in the northwest, isn't it? Liverpoolish way. So 54-minute run. So that's yeah. Well, I reckon so, and I think that's the same for a lot of these modders. And I mean, I was saying yesterday, but you think of the Pendolino, and Dovetail Games was saying Avanti didn't allow us access to the running sounds for the Pendolino, so therefore we've had to make our own up. And then within 2 weeks, probably less than that, an amateur modder has created but basically perfect sounds for it. So you think, yeah, it's not that hard really, is it? Ah, right, okay, yes. Yes, 4 Mike 59, isn't it? Yeah. I like to confuse. Right, okay, so I've made a note of this. I know already that it's 630 yards, so I believe that's 1890 feet. So let's sort that out first on this little doodah. Try clearing that, do it again. 1 8 9 0. So enter, and then it's only recently that I've even got into this idea of doing this. Okay, so we've got a bleep, so I think we're all right there. And we mustn't forget as well, barely see with the sun, can we? But yeah, you can just about see it's lit up into passenger mode. It cuts out. Always forget, don't hang on. Hang on a minute. That wasn't what I was trying to do. Ooh, on off. Right, that's what we want. Right. What is it? F1 to update, isn't it? Yeah, that will do as I think. actually can't see. Yeah, I think that's lit up. Okay. Get ourselves into day running mode. Instrument lights are on. Excellent, Josh. Yeah, I mean that's one of my excuses, that it's like that's sometimes I miss the speed limits because you know, trying to keep an eye on the chat. Right, so get those brakes off. Which of course take an age. Yeah, so we have got the road, haven't we? It's that one that we're looking at rather than that one on the right. Hello again, Hayley. I know. Yeah, I have to say you're very good at it actually, the AmazeTase. You're able to. I think what you're very skilled at with the chat is you'll kind of know there's a point in the run where you need to really concentrate, and you'll dip in and out depending on how the run's actually going, which I think is you know, it's kind of a skill in its own right, really, but you do it very well. I mean, just to emerge out of a busy yard like this is just exciting in its own right, really. And you know, sometimes we've been driving Pendolino services in this area, and you've seen this slow freight just emerging out, and then, you know, this is kind of the result. It'd probably take most of the 54 minutes to get clear of the yard. Yeah, absolutely. I know this is very much something that, I mean, right from the start, really, when we started doing freight runs, I know AmazeTase was very much thinking we need proper long freight trains like this. I mean, you get a, you know, you get somebody growing up that's excited about trains, and you get them in a station and they see a long train like this. I think they're just so amazed about the length of it. And it's a completely different skill. I mean, we've just driven the 465, where you could be coming into the platforms more or less at 60 mile an hour, you know, 50 anyway, and the platform's long enough to take it. The braking's really quick, but this is just completely different. And the one thing I've always found slightly difficult to get the hang of is I've kind of put the brakes on when we get adverse signals, only to find that I can't kind of get the brakes off quickly enough, reapply the power, and then you get speed going. It's probably a mod, Scooby, I'm guessing, which I know isn't necessarily the answer you're looking for. I bet there is modded I'm sure there is modded containers on the Creators Club, and there's absolutely no reason, if there isn't, why people couldn't do them. Hey, I tell you what as well, you know, who says only the Pendolino tilts? And I know it's obviously not the train, it's the track, but this is something else. Yeah, I love the smiley face. Is you know, I guess we don't need to spell out what the three smiley faces stand for. And I can't remember now for the life of me whether this came, because another great thing about this timetable is it already came with bits and pieces as well. Or whether this is another mod that I've downloaded. I know what I didn't realise as well until the other day, but I was looking at the again at the 805 that we have in the game on the Forks timetable, and I was pleasantly surprised, and I probably haven't witnessed it before, but I was really surprised to see that they actually have Avanti coloured seating in the 805s on the game, and I didn't even realise that it was possible really to actually expand on that. I thought you couldn't really alter the interior. Yeah, so now we're getting a bit of speed up. I mean, I've not done this particular run before, so I'd be delighted if we got a completely free run to Milton Keynes without any adverse signals, but that's probably asking too much and wouldn't probably be very realistic. This is why the West Coast main line is so exciting. I mean, you're driving along, tootling along in your freight, and then you get Pendolino coming through, a 350 rushing through on the up slow line. Then we're struggling to overtake a 710. There we go. So that just proves, as Josh was saying, we do have 710s in the timetable as well. Well, it will be interesting to see. I mean, the only thing we've probably heard of from Matt and the team that Dovetail Direct is they said something along the lines of we're getting some of the stuff is getting a lick of paint or something, so we don't really know what's being created. I know they're trying to sort out the blurring, aren't they, which is a constant feature on things like the North London line. But I think if there's ever a run to show off why the West Coast Main Line is brilliant, and this is it really, particularly the daytime. And you know, sometimes it's nice. Oh, hang on a minute, we've got another 66 and a Freightliner green this time. So this is Harrow and Wealdstone, recognisable by the distinctive bridge and the clock tower, which, as far as I know, I don't think that clock tower is even in the game, is it? That's a mod that was created with the West Coast Main Line enhancement pack. Pendolino in the stabling yard. But I mean, I don't know the figures. I'd love to know what the difference is, and obviously console is massively important for the game, but you know, you're never going to get the same experience. Yes, me too. Yeah, and there's some lovely. I've forgotten now who created that new 66 pack, but there's some absolutely beautiful liveries, and I know you'll get a million and one people who say, "Oh, not another 66. Oh, I hate the class 66." But it's got its bonuses as well. Oh, there you go, Scooby. There's a 378. There we go. Well, I'm up to 63 now. I mean, we are going uphill as well, so we're not doing too badly. And a train of this length. Spratty Heath, yes, of course, yeah. Yes, I'll remember now. Yeah. Right, I see, Hayley. Do you mean for? You mean you'll be getting it in time for TSW6? I'm kind of, my knowledge sometimes on sort of the American stuff that's already out is not great. Yeah, that was the other thing, Scooby, wasn't it? Because it's the getting the right lengths for these things as well. Again, to make it accurate for the period that it came out. And I don't know whether it's the fact that I think the Lumo seems to be a big problem with my East Coast Main Line. I'm almost tempted to think about getting rid of that Lumo livery, nice as though it looks, because it seems as though it stutters like massively. Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, that would be bang up to date, wouldn't it, as well? I mean, I'd be happy with a 68, and then presumably making a, what's the electric version? Is it an 88? Is it? That would make me happy. I mean, I did enjoy my run from Marylebone up to Birmingham Moor Street yesterday, and I was in the carriage immediately behind it, and the real power of it pulling away was something quite special. Yeah, I suppose it's meant to be a little bit like that, Scooby. It's sort of, I suppose, you know, it's kind of like cheap airlines, and you know, I suppose it's meant to be a little bit on that side of things. Of course, no first class. Yeah, you see, I've got quite a soft spot for the Grand Central livery, but I know what you mean. That there's almost, I think, sometimes. I mean, same with the Avanti ones. We went through a phase where, you know, they more or less looked like they were still basically Virgin ones. But yeah, I think an 88 would be lovely. I can't see any reason. I mean, funnily enough, the Chiltern lines, you know, again, you know, that was on yesterday, and there seems to be a lot of people that are kind of like quite keen to see that come to TSW. But although I can imagine it's doable, I can't imagine them going all the way from Marylebone to Birmingham Moor Street. But part of me thought I don't think it's the most compelling route that they could ever do. And besides, it'd only be of any purpose if they put the tube stock in, and you kind of couldn't really get away with a Bakerloo line train on there. It'd have to be something to represent the. I suppose they could put the Piccadilly line ones on, but there we are, going through the slow line tunnels. Which I'm sure I read somewhere somebody once suggested were allegedly haunted. But I mean, I'm sure an 88. Now, again, it's probably grossly oversimplifying it, but it feels a bit like the 88's basically a 68 with a pantograph stuck on the top. And I'm sure there's loads of stuff under the body that, you know, makes it completely different, or very different. But, you know, surely it will be easy enough to do both. I suppose there's an argument for saying that we wouldn't have much use for the passenger one though in the current guy, so maybe the 88 could come first. So I think I'm right in saying, aren't I? It's basically uphill to Tring, and then it's essentially downhill pretty much after that. And, you know, the colouring, the lighting, everything looks absolutely gorgeous at the moment in the sunshine like this. He is, absolutely. Well, I suppose the pressure's on slightly, because it's kind of like, well, it's his timetable, and it's like, look, I've got to show everybody who's boss, and I've got to get the winning score, surely. Which is fair enough. Saying here's me just hoping that you know, oh, you've had to type away from the game, and then you get an AWS thing, and then you get the emergency brakes coming on, and you know. I know. Well, that's the thing, you see. I don't know. But it's very easy for me to say, isn't it? And I'll be quite honest with you, I must admit, this is probably, out of all the runs we've done tonight, I must admit this is kind of the most relaxing one, because it's kind of keep an eye on the speed limits. It'd be a bit more interesting when we get adverse signals, but other than that, it's just enjoying the drive. There's going to be some excellent freight runs on Crewe Preston as well, and probably not really just the MGR hopper wagons, because when you've got the complexity of Crewe Basford Hall Yard, I mean, that's going to be exciting in its own right, and it's like again, it's a bit like having Wembley and Wilston, but it's a good starting point in its own right. I like that. Yeah, super god mode, brilliant. Yeah, sometimes you get those AWS ramps, and I guess it's kind of a diversionary route, you know, sort of points onto the other line, but other than that, you know, you've still got green signals. But I think it's great to do these runs like this. It's it really adds something to the game. And I haven't finished it yet, but I've started to put together a video over the last few days. I mean, I only really started kind of the review videos earlier in the year, and you know, sort of North London line and then Cardiff City network were some of the early ones, and you know, we've done Manchester Airport commute and that sort of thing. But I've started to put together kind of a review of the this West Coast main line, sort of 12 months on. But I'm hoping what they'll do, you know, it'll only be like, I don't know, 10 minutes, sort of a little bit of a review, but the idea is at the end I'm going to put the camera at, and this is the bit I haven't recorded yet. I've recorded the other bits and bobs, but I'm going to put the camera sort of north of Wembley Central, and then you know, leave it going for about an hour or so, and then I can sort of chop out the quiet bits, and you can just see the amount of trains that go wandering through. You are indeed, Scooby, that's very true. I've got a feeling, Spikey Yorks has done some decent scenarios on the Goblin line. I've got a feeling there's there's a 37 one on there somewhere. I mean, he's been asking me to do some of his scenarios as well. He's just trying to get around for all these bits and bobs. Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, that's, I think, I mean, I don't know for sure what year it was set in, but we've definitely got Welwyn Garden City to Moorgate. I mean, it's possible it might be going the other way, but we've definitely, I'm sure I've already got some runs like that installed. I mean, the one thing that always frustrated me with Train Sim Classic is sometimes it's like people do these brilliant routes, and then you haven't even got basic end-to-end runs. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We got into King's Cross, and we on Train Sim World, and we also did. We certainly did. I mean, the easy one was doing Willesden Junction to St Pancras. That was really easy because you could set the points directly in. It's kind of fairly obvious that there was never there hasn't been any great intention for a very long time to get North London line trains into King's Cross. Yeah, as long as we're going uphill, then this is fairly straightforward, but I think once we get past Tring, I reckon it's going to be by and large mainly downhill from that moment on. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the one thing that puts me off about the Primrose Hill thing is the fact that you just feel as though it's the missing bit, and you know, you can kind of go into that section. I don't know, I suppose camera trickery, all we have to do is we show the outside of the train, and then we're kind of back on in the cabin on the move, on the bit coming through. But it kind of frustrates me that we haven't got that bit in between, because it's an integral part of the way that freight trains work. And you know, that section would be great to have it in full. And in theory you could do it in Train Sim Classic. Right, that must have been Tring, wasn't it? So yeah, well, this is true. This is true, Scooby. Yeah, and I mean, I know when I did that again. It was a recorded video, but I did that Paddington to see. This is where I always do these breaks. I take them off a little bit, and put them on a little bit, and then over edit. But yeah, I did. Recorded video Paddington to Penzance, and you know, again, it was only really Paddington to Reading, and then St Austell to Penzance, but somebody put a comment up saying, how is this even possible? And it's like, well, you know, there's a massive chunk of the route that actually isn't on there, but I've just literally just done the bits that are. Well, I did enjoy doing. I did that one with what was it? East Croydon to Watford Junction. Again, we needed a bit of Train Sim Classic, but see, I knew we wouldn't get a full run. this is going to take some stopping, isn't it? Yeah, definitely, Scooby. And you know, I know it's not the cheapest thing in the world, but I think you would have a load of fun with a PC. Yeah, absolutely, Josh. That was what I was worried about. That's why those brakes went on quite heftily. I just knew with your crafty but brilliant routes that we weren't going to get a full run. And then, I mean, that's kind of what worried me a little bit. And you know, I'm kind of hurtling along 70 odd mile an hour, but I've got a 630 yards or 1,890 feet train, and you can't kind of just put a bit of brake on and hope for the best, and hope that you will get down your speed. Oh, there's the flying banana. So, again, I've probably over-egged the brakes, haven't I? And, you know, to get down to 20 odd mile an hour, probably completely unnecessary. But, as you say, it's better than spadding. And I'm hoping that it's taken... The one good bonus about that is by coming down to such a low speed, you never know, perhaps we're going to get a clear run from now, but we'll see. All part of the challenge. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Love to see those runs. I mean, I remember as well, we did do a run actually once, I think that was the 2019 timetable, but instead it was an 87 run rail tour, and instead of starting off from Euston, it was actually off the North London line at kind of Primrose Hill, and we made our way up the West Coast main line from there. And I seem to remember. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and I guess that's that's something that they must be very conscious of in real life, because you know, presumably, I mean, they've got to slot this thing in amongst you know, all the London North Western services. And, okay, some of them will be going by the main line, but the ones that aren't, they can't have a Freightliner driver massively holding all the passengers up. But on the other hand, it's quite likely you could be kind of pathed, I guess, to be behind a 350 that's stopping at essentially every station. It's a real work. It's a real skill, and you know, I do enjoy doing them. And I think had this been, you know, sort of, I don't know, if I'd been trying this run a few months back, I would definitely, in trying to get my speed down then, I would have come to a complete standstill. Probably doesn't make it any easier, the fact that we're going downhill as well. In imagine if you're... Okay, I know West Coast mainline over Shap's a different era, but imagine doing a 66 run, going up Shap and then getting a red signal halfway up. Actually, that's something I've yet to try out. I have yet to do a Freightliner run with a pair of 87s on West Coast mainline over Shap. Yeah, cheers, AmazeTase. Of course, the problem is, now I've said that, of course, I'll then come a cropper with the next signal. You're right, you're right. You're right, Josh, yeah, definitely. But you kind of know, though, driving the 66, that again, you just can't kind of go, just dive in with things. You can't slam on the brakes. You can't accelerate away. It's completely different. And I mean, obviously you're qualified as a lorry driver as well, AmazeTase. So it's, you know, it's like, I suppose it's that difference between driving a fast car on the motorway and again driving a HGV. Absolutely, yeah. That sounds good. No, I think they're off. It's that second dial, isn't it? See that? Yeah, we're back up to green now. And again, I mean, I know it's a completely different comparison, but interesting to listen to Dale Charman when he's driving the his tube trains, and sometimes he's talked about that. He's kind of known from the signals. He can work out, you know, there's probably one or possibly two trains in front of him, and he's kind of adjusted his driving based on that. And again, it's all about, you know, delivering a you know, something that's relatively fluent. I don't know if it doesn't actually tell us what the you know, that's something I've never used. Slow speed rocker switch, I've just seen. Clicking on something by mistake. great little sound there at the end as well. I love that kind of, again, there's just that completely different sound to a freight train coming through, and I remember being scared to death of them when I was little. I mean, I always loved trains, obviously, at a young age, but when my father used to take me to watch the trains, I was a bit scared of the, I used to say, oh, that's one of those noisy trains. Ah, right, excellent. Right, so I reckon we're gonna beat that, aren't we? Unless we get something massively in the way between now and then. So I don't know if it's one of those situations where you'd then be howled at Milton Keynes, would you, or somewhere, just to let through a load of other trains. Ah, right, okay, yeah. Ah, interesting, yeah. You see, this is what is great about that knowledge, and you knowing the route inside out. Just tells me that, in terms of the hours and months you must have spent on this. But again, it's interesting little things like that. It's really interesting, actually, having you driving it and being able to tell us that little bits and pieces like that, because it's the sort of thing that you could just imagine. If you've got the, I don't know, the traction inspector or whatever they call them, sitting on board, and you can point out stuff like that. There's a brilliant rail scene video on the West Coast Main Line, and obviously filmed in the 80s, and it's Euston to Liverpool Lime Street, and I'm sure he's probably long since passed away, the chap who kind of does the commentary on it, but he really does give some interesting insight into it. There was a funny moment in that video as well, because I remember, I can't remember which station it was now, but he was stopping at somewhere relatively unusual. It was either Lichfield, Trent Valley, or Rugeley, or Tamworth. One of them anyway, one that you wouldn't normally expect an intercity service to stop at, and the driver basically didn't know. And the manager, the traction inspector man, said, well, it wouldn't have mattered because you'd have been signalled into the platform anyway, so you'd have realised. Ah, right, fantastic, Southeastern. Yeah, I take it are you still in the, what phase are you in then? Is it, are you doing, have you got signals, and are you still working on the track and bits and bobs, or are you starting to put in scenery? But yeah, I'll definitely, I must download it once it's done anyway. But I know, that might be, even with a shortish route, that might be a long way off. So we're what are we? We're 4.6 miles away. We're 4 minutes away from that train leaving Milton Keynes. So yeah, we might just about not be held up by it then, hopefully. Can't be much in it, I suppose. Oh, and there's another little interesting thing as well, a 377 on a what wasn't at that time the Milton Keynes to East Croydon services, weren't they? I think there were still some that went from Watford Junction, but the vast majority were from Milton Keynes. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'm way early, aren't I? So this is 1419, and this is Bletchley. So yeah, there's still a chance, isn't there, with 3 miles. That train's yeah, it's certainly not worth me putting any more power on anyway. Yeah, there's all these little possibilities to go back on, and I mean, it's one of those things you'll probably never get it, you know, absolute perfection, but it's kind of getting it as close as you possibly can. And maybe if you're a real driver, you would be planning a little bit, knowing that you probably know, wouldn't you, that that train at Milton Keynes was scheduled to leave at 14:22, and you know, stuff like that. It's funny, it's interesting that it's not so difficult with the power aspect of it. We're not dropping out completely because of the fact that we're going downhill. Again, I suppose the weight of the train's helping with that a little bit. Yes, we're 1.7 miles away. So that passenger service will be departing very soon. I mean, obviously, if this was real life, and this is where these delays come in, you know, that service being 2 or 3 minutes late could make an absolute completely different experience. So it'd be quite nice to do this sort of run, do it again, and then it's actually, you know, completely different the next time. Yeah, I think some of the original platform models, Southwestern, were a bit on the crude side, weren't they? And you know, if you use, say, like the London Brighton one, I seem to remember was looked a bit too shiny, and then you get some that looks a bit too decrepit. So it's kind of just trying to find the balance. Basis that we're coming into Milton Keynes, based on the way I've been driving tonight, then me actually not spadding isn't a foregone conclusion, but yeah, we've got a amber anyway. I suppose with freight anyway, not that you get any prizes for being early anyway on any simulation, but you're not going to get any prizes actually for being late, are you? Because there's no official arrival time, is there, in terms of the timetable? I'm going to kind of try and gently glide it into the platform. That's the plan. This would have been harder actually if we'd been going uphill at this point, because you would have had the worry that trying to keep your speed up, but oh, we got another freight coming on the upline as well. I was going to say I wondered whether with 12 yards it was going to insist that we went the other 12 yards, but it hasn't. That's a bonus. So that should be the end of the run, and an absolutely lovely run. I really enjoyed that, and I'll be interested to see the scores. But yeah, it'll be fascinating to see, really. So I've got 11,328 is my score. But yeah, absolutely lovely. And I mean, you know, playing it in the sunshine in September with an absolute myriad of other trains passing us by all the time. Just what was not to like. So wow. Wow. Da, 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 da. So you're 11,328. Oh my word. Oh, that's excellent. So that's incredible, isn't it? And you won by 2 points. So I think that was, I have to say, hats off to all three of us really, because that was a great run all round. So yeah, brilliant. I suppose, I don't know, the only way you could have, how could you have got to even 2 points more? Accuracy bonus, maybe that couple of points, but my goodness me, that was a great run. Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah, I'm really chuffed with that actually. You know, But well played, Josh. Thanks for doing that run, because that was lovely, and I'm sure everybody's enjoyed it. Yeah, apart from Scooby, who's thinking, "Oh, I want a PC." But yeah, that was a great way to end the night. Apologies, you know, for some of the things, but a bit hit and miss overall with some of the driving. But at least we've still seen a few bits and bobs. And yeah, very good, AmazeTase. Yeah, thank you very much, FPS Gamer. Yeah, and thanks for joining in tonight as well. Really appreciated, enjoyed your chat. And I suppose I should just say to anybody that's not subscribed, if you would consider liking and subscribing, then I'd be tremendously grateful. Yeah, you see, I was just slightly short, wasn't I? But you were slightly over, so it was very difficult to get it absolutely perfect. Yeah, thank you very much, FPS Gamer. Really appreciated. And yeah, absolutely, Scooby. Yeah, you're definitely on the agenda. I mean, I can't promise it's going to be, you know, in this next few days, but I've kind of got a couple of things up that I do want to produce. But yeah, definitely do it. I mean, I'm not sure about the King's Cross, say Newcastle, imminently. I'd love to do something on the East Coast Main Line on Train Sim Classic at some point. But certainly Moorgate to Welwyn Garden City, or even Moorgate Stevenage is another possibility. Is a possibility. Ah, excellent, Josh. Yeah, no, that's really appreciated. You've been another grand addition to the stream. Ah, brilliant, Scooby. Yeah, fantastic. And as I say, I've not done it yet, but you know, it's a foregone conclusion. I don't think you're going to come to Train Sim World 6 times and say, "Oh, I've not bothered with it." It'd be rude not to. So yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, really enjoyed it as ever. And well, no Christopher AmazeTase, so that's 2 weeks running now. But hopefully, when he's free again, we'll hear from him at some point. So yes, of course, yeah, that's the German one, isn't it, to begin with? So okay, obviously the announcements are going to be in German, but it's going to be interesting to hear them and interested to see what they say, because it's the first look at TSW5. Yeah, have a fantastic week, everybody. And again, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, FPS Gamer. And certainly until the live stream, I'll see if I can get a recorded video up during the week. But until next Sunday, from the live point of view, it's a good night from Powerflower, Trains and Planes. And as ever, thank you, everybody, for your support. Till next time, it's goodbye.